Good afternoon and welcome to Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobbs Lane, where we have today the second 11 game between Barrow Gurney second 11 and Patchway second 11. Welcome visitors as always to Hobbs Lane. This is a Division 9 West game. Barrow Gurney topping that division by about 18 points with 4 games to go, and Patchway currently in 8th place, having had a bit of a difficult season. Both teams, I think it'd be fair to say, have struggled to get 11 players on the park at this time of holiday season, but both have achieved it, so we do have a genuine 11 against 11 game. I'm glad you're able to join us. The news is that Barrow Gurney's captain Peter Rooney won the toss and elected to field first. So we'll be seeing the Barrow Gurney team coming out to field and get ready to bowl shortly. Patchway's opening batsmen will be Simon Crease and Charlie Joyner. The weather, well, we were promised showers today, but so far they've not really materialised. So it's overcast. There's a little bit of blue sky in patches, nothing much to speak of. There's a nice gentle breeze. It's quite warm, but not uncomfortably so. I would say it's a day when the ball might swing, if anybody does swing the ball. And clearly Barrow will be hoping to make early inroads into the Patchway lineup. So Captain Peter Rooney getting ready with the wicket-keeping gloves. We're getting very light on wicket-keepers these days. So we're about to get going here after a rather sluggish start. Nobody seems too keen to get this game underway, and it's already 7 minutes past 1. But it is a warm day, and it's people are greeting each other like long-lost friends, because these two teams have got a long history of playing each other, and it's a very friendly and a warm rivalry between these two teams. So Dave Smith's going to open the bowling. Left armour, often bowls round the wicket. We'll see whether he's going to in a moment. Barrow's captain Peter Rooney last onto the field with the wicket-keeping gear. So keeping has been a real problem for Barrow this season, what with various injuries and illness. First team wicket-keeper Ben Hodges is not available at the moment, having one or two problems following the tour. Jordan Allen's had a broken finger. Bernie Forge has had long-term tissue damage to her hands, so can't keep wicket these days when she plays. And so Fergus Skinner, who's new to Barrow Gurney this season, he's keeping wicket in the first team today. So that leaves the skipper really with the gloves, even though he's one of the top wicket takers in this division with his left arm bowling. Sun comes out to greet the players, who still seem to be in no rush to get this game underway. But we're starting at the Rod's viewpoint end. Actually 2 or 3 people and a couple of dogs already in Rod's viewpoint, so enjoying the afternoon and getting ready to enjoy some cricket. Some stretching going on at mid-off, or extra cover rather. So Dave Smith, he's going to bowl round the wicket to Simon Crease. And finally, we get underway. Here he comes now. And a good start, right on the money. So when I can, I'll keep you updated with what's happening with the first 11. They're playing at Bristol Sri Lankans today in a fixture at Fry's at Keynsham. Looks like Barrow Gurney are batting there, no score after 1 over. So that could be an interesting game. The game here between Bristol Sri Lankans and Barrow Gurney was a difficult affair for numerous non-cricketing reasons, which are best not gone into. Although Barrow were well beaten, and deservedly so, on that day. This is a good start for Dave Smith. Seems to be on the money. I think he had a week off last week. Barrow's twos have been away the last 2 weeks. Last week playing a friendly because their opposition Nelsie twos scratched. So that's got away with a full toss at the end there. So that's 1 over 1 maiden. So a good start. So as usual, you can get involved and contact me if you're watching. If you're one of our players who are away, putting your feet up on the beach and watching this on your iPhone, or if you're watching it in your front room whilst enjoying a mug of cocoa or a late lunch, you can always send me a text or email me or contact me via Twitter. barrowgurneycricket@gmail.com is the email address, or @cricketcleric is the Twitter or X handle. So Charlie Joyner's now going to take strike at with the bowling coming from the Buckham Village end. Familiar figure of Steve Owen. Bowling his outswing. He's telling me he's got a bit of a niggle in his elbow, and he's not sure how he's going to pull up today. So let's see. Well, that was a wide. And the scoreboard doesn't seem to be working. I'll just have to see if I can fix that a moment. So, we worked out why the scoreboard's not working. It hasn't even been switched on. Always do the basics, I suppose. We're usually fairly well organised here at Barrow Gurney, but I've dispatched Bernie to go and switch it on. Steve Owen seems to be going okay here. No signs of that elbow injury. Charlie Joyner playing him quite warily. He knows he's a canny bowler, is Steve. No great pace, but usually bowls a decent line with a bit of outswing. He'll probably be enjoying these conditions. And that's the end of that over. Just the one off it. So the score's 1 for no wicket. Scoreboard's not showing the 1 at the minute because it sometimes takes a while to catch up. Dave Smith again. So Barrow's main rivals in this Division 9 West are Golden Hills 6th. And they're playing at home against Oldfield Park, and they're batting first for slow progress, 6 for no wicket off the first 5 overs. Meanwhile, also in this division, Nailsea 2s, who couldn't get a team out last week, they're 23 for no wicket off 3 against Abbottsley. And Tamil Nadu, who are third, 15 for no wicket off 4 against Backwell Flax thirds. So it's been a good contest between Golden Hill and Barrow, and although Barrow have only lost once, they're still not definite to get promotion. That's going to be 4. No signal. So nicely off the edge. Well, that steered away as well. No third man, which is very strange here at Barrow Gurney. But that's not going to run all the way, I don't think. Oh, yes, it has. Ambitious to ask anyone to bowl without a third man here in a fast outfield. So 3 overs gone, 9 for no wicket. First team over at Sri Lankans, they're 7 for no wicket off 3. Yes, it's on there. It's because the scoreboard wasn't switched on, and when we switched it on, it needed somebody to score a run before it activated it. Yeah. Steve Owen again. So let's have a look at his field. He's got a Mark Gracie at mid-off, Phil Taylor at extra cover, Ben Skuse at cover point, Seb Allen at point, Lyndon Allway at a sort of gully position, or maybe a third slip. Short fine leg, that's Dave Smith. Square leg, that's Paul Guard. Mid-wicket, Matt Edgar. And wideish mid-on, that's Ellie Holdaway. So nobody out at this stage of the innings. So as well as this division, we'll be keeping tabs on what's going on in Division 4, where not only the game between Barrow Gurney against Bristol Sri Lankans, but Barrow Gurney third place in that division, hoping to gain some ground on Long Ashton. But to do that, they're going to need a string of good results coming into the back end of the season. And starts today. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on in that division. That's going to go away for 4, I think. Yes, it has. So Charlie Joyner opens his account. $13 for no wicket off 4. So in Division 4, as I said, we're keeping an eye on what's going on. There's already been a concession. Winterbourne, who Barrow bowled out for 66 last week here at Hobbs Lane, well, they've conceded today to the league leaders, Old Bees. Shell Compton are batting at home against Long Ashton. 8 for 1 they are, off 3. Blagdon away at Bedminster Threes, they're 8 for 1 off 5. So a bit of a delay while the field is reorganised, and Dave Smith coming once again to crease. Oh, that flew through to Peter Rooney, who juggled it rather. That's down the leg side. That's going to be a bye, I think. Leg bye. Just looking at the scorecard from Bristol Sri Lankan, Sam Mitchell opening the batting there, not off the mark after 16 balls. That's highly unusual. He's having a great season with the bat. Normally scores pretty freely. Ed Holdaway's opening the batting with him. He's 5 not out. So 7 off 4 there. Slow going. End of the over, 14 for no wicket. Another maiden for Dave Smith, just the leg bye off it. Well, the football season starts today. Oh, ridiculous, isn't it? So if you're interested in that sort of thing, no doubt you'll be keeping an eye on the scores. See, Leeds are losing. This is some good bowling from Steve Owen. Just nibbling the ball away, making it awkward for the opening batsman. Oh, he's got that one away. It's a long old boundary to mid-wicket today. But it's just made it, I think. Yes, the umpire signals 4. That was a good old hit today, hitting along the ground. Shame, spoiled an otherwise excellent over, which caused the batsman quite a lot of discomfort. 18 for no wicket now off 6. So I'm joined in the commentary box by Eli the collie dog, who's just been outside the viewpoint area with his brother. I think it's hot out in the sun. The sun's said earlier that it was quite a cloudy day, which it was when we started, but the clouds are now beginning to part and turning into fluffy white clouds and some blue sky. And actually the ground is bathed in sunshine at the moment. It looks beautiful. Charlie Joyner short sleeve shirt. In fact, pretty much all the players are in short sleeve shirts, apart from Ben Skew, so I don't think he ever wears one. And Peter Rooney, they're the only ones wearing the sleeved variety, but nobody's wearing any jumpers. That's down the leg side. Oh, he sort of jumped as he played that, Charlie Joyner. Skew's quickly in. So Smith threw another over, another maiden. It's his 3rd out of 4, none for 8. So it's not that far now until the big game, the 150th anniversary match. MCC visiting Hobbs Lane to play Barrow Gurney First 11 on Bank Holiday Monday. Sponsored by CI Connect. Looking forward to a rare timed game, 11 o'clock start with a lunch and tea interval, a declaration if necessary, and all results possible. Pizzas available all day, and we're even having a traditional cricket tea. Remember the days when we used to have those? Steve Owen again. So all we need is good weather and you to come along, really, to come and support Barrow Gurney. And whether you're a former player or an interested spectator, supporter, live locally, or just curious, everyone's welcome. Bar will be open all day. The ice creams and some good cricket to enjoy in this beautiful setting that is Hobbs Lane ground here in Barrow Gurney, only a mile and a half from Bristol Airport. A hidden gem. There's going to be a single there. No, no. Quickly round was Paul Guard. No run. So apologies if it's you're getting a bit of noise from the wind blowing into the effects microphone. We're trying to turn that down a little bit, but this is quite a breezy day, as it has been most days up here at Hobbs Lane this summer. But incredibly, in such a season of iffy and inclement and variable weather, we've had cricket here every single Saturday of the league season so far. Only one game wasn't played to a conclusion. It was actually rain affected in the second innings. Oh, well bowled. Crease fell off his feet. There's a stumping appeal from Pete Rooney, who sort of took that. It bounced and he took it cleanly, and Crease overbalanced, but he didn't leave his crease. The crease didn't leave the crease. I suppose he's heard that one before. End of the over. That's 4 bowled now by Steve Owen, and that was his first maiden. None for 9. 18 for no wicket off 8. Seven gone at Bristol Sri Lankans. 17 for no wicket there. With all the runs scored by Ed Holdaway or extras. Sam Mitchell still not off the mark after 22 balls. That's highly unusual. Dave Smith continuing here. It's a very accurate spell. It's going to do a good rhythm. Left arm round the wicket. A threatening angle. Well, it's nurdled round the corner, but I think it might have come off the pad. Just waiting to see if we get a single. No, it was indeed nurdled. 1 to Joyner. Moves on to 5. Crease is on 12. That's a nice shot, but straight to cover point. Paul Guard there. Similar field for Smith as to that for Dave Owen. He's got a mid-off, extra cover, backward point, deep fine leg. That's the only difference for Smith. Has got that extra pace. Square leg, mid-wicket, and a wide mid-on. That's guided away, and judicious use of the left foot there by Paul Guard. Stops any run. End of the over. Just the one off it, so none for 9, Dave Smith. So, looking at the Barrow Gurney team today. Well, team's different pretty much every week, but in terms of bowling options, when these two are changed, we've got Lyndon all the way with his quickish right arm deliveries. We've got Seb Allen, who's usually quite accurate. Bowls a little bit quicker than Steve Owen, but probably not as quick as Dave Smith. Paul Guard's off spin potentially. Phil Taylor's left arm cutters, or Occasional spinner thrown in. Pete Rooney himself is a bowler, but he's keeping wicket, so he won't be turning the arm over, I don't think, unless things go horribly wrong. Oh, that was a bit aerial, but it's gone for 4. For a moment, I thought that Mark Gracie at mid-off might have a chance, but it comfortably was wide of him, and it was nicely timed actually by Charlie Joyner. Well, that was a good comeback. Another fullish swinging delivery. A wicket has fallen at the Sri Lankans. And it's Ed Holdaway who's fallen to Roshan Perera, the Sri Lankan skipper, for 11. Jason Cryans has now joined Sam Mitchell, who's finally got off the mark there. Both of them on a single. End of the over here, 10 gone. 23 for no wicket, so easy to work out the scoring rate from that. Even my GCSE maths can cope with that. So are we going to see a bowling change? I think we might, because Dave Smith's sort of wandering off to point. And it's going to be Phil the Power Taylor. Fresh from a busy week at work doing some house renovations. He's been rather tired. 1 or 2 crises involving gas supply and whatever. So hopefully he can put all that behind him. So oh, he's doing a little jig there as he's marking out his run. Don't know what he's doing, a military 2-step or something. Oh no, he's flapping his arms around like a demented chicken. And and he's going to bowl. There's a left arm sort of spin. Well, that's aerial. Dave Smith. Oh, it just bounced before him and got his body behind it on 1 run. Well, very, very lucky there was Crease. It was aerial, but it just dipped and didn't quite make it to Dave Smith. I don't think we can count that as a chance. So Phil Taylor's shaping up as if he's bowling sort of orthodox left arm spin, a bit sort of a la Derek Underwood. It's a bit he's off a reasonable run, and it's not very slow, but he varies it sometimes, bowling a few cutters and swingers, so you never quite know. Oh, top edge there from Joyner, but only going to be 1 down to Steve Owen on the 45. Uses the traditional method of the boot to stop that, and then uses his hands afterwards, but there was always 1 there. Ben Skuse, Ellie Holdaway trying to clap in their hands, trying to spur Phil the Power on. bit of a delay here. Something's disturbed Simon Crease. Not quite sure what. He's ready now. Missed out really on a leg side delivery. Well, that's the end of Phil Taylor's first over. Well, none for two off that. It's going to be a double change, I wonder. Steve Owens rather looking as if it might be. He's heading towards the... I think Seb Allen is going to come on, actually. Seb's just given his cap to the umpire. So young Seb Allen marking out his run. Been a good start, some good accurate bowling from Barrow Gurney. 25 for no wicket, Patchway off 11. But not really threatening to take any wickets, and bonus points are important at this stage of the season. Here's Seb then to Charlie Joyner, and a good accurate start. Oh dear, that's hit Charlie Joyner, and that's nasty. It's hit him. I think that's hit him on the hand, and I'm sure that wasn't intentional. It was a no ball. Some very concerned fielders there, and he sort of had to fend that away from his body. Skipper Peter Rooney having a look. Both umpires having a look. Everyone quite concerned. Simon Crease, the non-striker, taking the opportunity to take his helmet off and get a bit of fresh air. But he seems rather unconcerned, but everybody else is concerned. But Charlie's putting his gloves back on now, so be a bit bruised, I'm sure. Seb Allen's not really express pace, but still, cricket balls are a hard thing. When it hits you, as I know only too well from my experience on cricket tour. That was a more Yorker length, and I think it's going to be a bye. Or did he get the bat on it? Well, I think he got the bat on it. It's a nice shot, but no run. Straight to pull guard. Oh, that's a good shot. That's found the gap. That's found the gap between Mark Gracie and a diving Phil Taylor, who dived feet first to try and stop that. As if it was trying to instigate a two-footed tackle. So it's 4 runs to Simon Crease. Moves on to 13 now. Sorry, moves on to 17 now. Now Paul Guard's limbering up. He bowls off spin, of course. Took 4 wickets in the week in a friendly T20 game. Bowled very well. So he's probably fancying a bit of a bowl. That's the end of Seb Allen's first over. Bit of a licorice all sorts one. Not quite settled into his usual metronomic line and length. 6 off it. 31 for no wicket off 12. So going round Division 9 West then, Golden Hill, 30 for 1 off 14 overs. Very slow going there as well. They're playing Oldfield Park. Nailsy playing at home against Abbott's Lee Twos. They're 51 for no wicket off 10. Tamil Nadu going a storm, 72 for 1 off 12 against Backwell Flax. With Tamil Nadu in third place in this division, so albeit they're quite a bit behind Golden Hill. Would need Golden Hill to slip up today to have a chance of getting close to second. Oh, that's short and pulled away. Pulled away well. 4 runs, which I don't think the umpire is going to signal. Yes, he is, belatedly. And Charlie Joyner beginning to get going as well. Good partnership. The run rate slowly increasing, nearly 3 and over. Didn't quite get that. Another wicket fallen at Bristol Sri Lankans. Jason Crines has gone cheaply there. Fallen LBW for only 2. That's the end of the over here. 35 for no wicket. 2 overs for 6, Phil Taylor. So Josh Yelland has joined Sam Mitchell, who's still not into double figures. Struggling a little bit, I think, to get the ball away by the sound of it. Meanwhile, in that other match in Division 4 that we're keeping an eye on, the one involving Long Ashton, who are just ahead of Barrow Gurney in second place of Division 4. They're at Chilcompton today. Chilcompton 36 for 1 off 10, having lost an early wicket. Have they found the gap again? No. Another diving effort at extra cover. This time Phil Taylor's been replaced. He's been moved to cover. That's Ben Skuse, who's one of the better fielders in the club now at extra cover. Oh, that's gone through everything. It's going to be byes, I think. It's not going to make the boundary. Or yes, it has. It's made the boundary. Oh dear. That's sort of thing happens when you've got a standing wicket keeper, I suppose. But not easy. It's not. Peter Rooney actually does a very good job keeping wicket, to be fair. But it's. Oh, now what's that hit? I think that's hit Peter Rooney, has it? ball sort of crease swung round as if to pull it. Not sure he made contact. I think the ball missed him and might have hit the keeper on the shoulder. Not 100% certain, but it looked nasty. Oh, they're going for a quick single here. Oh, good bit of work from Paul Guard, but they get through. Johnny Joyner sort of looking at his colleagues as if to say, goodness me, do you really expect me to have to run these quick singles? Maybe 20 years ago, Charlie, but anyway, you made it pretty easily. Oh, that's short. That's also got through. Again, I'm not sure there was any contact with the bat. There's going to be a a bye. .41 then for no wicket off 14, and the score's beginning to advance. Nothing to worry about at this stage, but Barrow will be disappointed they've got nothing in the wickets column. As I say, bonus points are important, as are results. They're both equally important at this stage. Fill the power. Tossing the ball up. Here he comes again. Little jig before he comes in. It's a little short, but doesn't get up. Oh, was that taking the edge? It's gone for 4. Yes, took the edge. Took the edge. There was no slip. Peter really didn't get a hand to it. Nicely played into the covers, but there'll be no run there. Pull Guard around quickly. Well, after the cloud cover that was over the ground when the toss happened, and no doubt Peter really hoping it was going to be a good omen for some swing and some movement, it's now turned into a beautiful afternoon as Joyner swings that away for 4. Nicely played. Really shouldn't be bowling there, Phil. Well, I think Peter really might need to ring the changes here because desperately Barrow need a wicket, break this opening partnership, which is on the brink of being a half century. And apart from an occasional edgy one, they haven't really looked at any difficulty here at all. Oh, that's very wide. So 50 up and another wide. Now come on, Barrow, we need to get a grip of this now. This is all looking a little bit easy for these two. And also another one on the leg stump from Phil Taylor. Easily nurdled around for a single. That's the end of the over. 3 overs for 17 now, Phil Taylor. Feel it might be time for spin sooner rather than later. We'll see what Peter Rooney thinks. At the end of the day, it's his opinion that matters, not mine from here. Commentary box for 50 yards away. Seb Allen continuing. Well, that's well hit, but he's picked out the fielder straight to Dave Smith. Another leg side delivery. Pulled away. Another short one. Well stopped. They run through for a quick single, though. It was Matt Edgar there, diving full length to stop that from going through to the boundary. But then the ball sort of came to rest underneath him, and he couldn't quite get his hands to it quickly enough to maybe effect a run out. Getting rather peckish here in the commentary box. Eli's settled down, having a bit of a snooze. Oh, Simon Crease certainly decided to have a good old go at that one. And that is the end of the over, or it should be, yes. 16 gone, 53 for no wicket. And the run rate beginning to pick up. Well, no change by the look of it at Rod's viewpoint end. Phil Taylor's got his cap off again. I'm not sure that this is the right way to go, but we'll see. Prove me wrong now and take a wicket. He's going to come round the wicket and do a bit of a Dave Smith. See if it gives him a bit more control. Nope, still on that leg stump. That's swung away again for another single down to Steve Owen, who's been kept quite busy down there at the deep fine leg boundary. Umpire having a good look at that one, wondering whether it might have been a wide. But it wasn't. Oh, something unsettled Simon Crease there. Pulled away from that. I don't know whether it was an insect flying about. Something distracted him. Seb Allen round quickly there. No run. Short again. This time it will beat Seb Allen. They've got one. They're going to come back for two, are they? No, Charlie Joyner's not really interested in the second one. Just one. Seb did quite well to get down to that and throw it in quickly. Well, that's a bit better for Phil Taylor. A bit more threatening. End of the over, 2 off it. 55 for no wicket off 17. Barrow Gurney first there, 42 for 2 off nigh on 15 overs there. So struggling down at the Fries ground. Now there's a discussion between the umpires, which probably revolves around who's going to come over and take over from us. The batsmen are conferring. Paul Guard's having a long chat with Peter Rooney. Seb Allen seems to have been removed from the attack, despite being the better of the two first change bowlers by a country mile. Maybe he's going to switch ends. And Paul Guard is going to bowl his off spin. I suppose it makes sense for him to bowl his off spin from the Buckham Village end. He's got a very long leg side boundary there. The pitch today being on the fairly close to the edge of the square at the car park side of the ground. So he's got a man at deep backward square. That's Dave Smith under the tree by the net. He's got a man at cow corner. I think that's Matt Edgar, who I can't quite see from where I am. Short, hit straight at Skuse, but it didn't carry. That's nicely bowled. Discomforted Simon Crease a bit. So no other fielders out, although Ellie Holdaway's quite deep at mid-on. It's not quite a long on. That's been hit through between extra cover and mid-off, and it's going to go for 4. So this is looking good for these two. 59 for no wicket. Simon Crease catching Charlie Joyner up now. 23 is 26 to Joyner. So Guard's first over, just the 4 off it. 59 for no wicket of 18. So what's going on here now? It's going to be Phil Taylor to continue. And he's going to bowl to Charlie Joyner, who's playing very nicely. Oh, that's nicely played. That's gone through the covers. Matt Edgar's in hot pursuit. They've run one. Coming back for two. And that's just going to hit the rope. It's gone for four. That was really difficult for Matt Edgar. It looked as if the ball wasn't going to reach the boundary, but for those who know Hobbs Lane, it's where the boundary rope just cuts in to shield off the net area, and is just about 5 yards shorter at that point than if he'd hit it a couple of degrees squarer. So and it just trickled into the rope with just as he was about to lay a hand on it. So it's four. That's nudged away. That's going to be more runs. Again, another leg side delivery from Phil Taylor. Just a single this time. Phil's been a bit out of sorts. Not one of his better spells. When he's on it, he can be really, really dangerous. And he can take a lot. Can take a lot of wickets, but not really got his line on length today. Been quite expensive. Well, we must be getting ready for drinks soon. It's coming up nearly 19 overs gone. Eli's getting ready for being let out of the commentary box for a while. No run there. He's looking like he wants to go and have a little bit of a run around for a minute. Don't you, mate? Just one more over after this to go, and we'll go and have a drink. Yeah, yeah, good boy. Oh, beat the edge. Beat the edge. But no joy for Phil Taylor, whose 5 overs have cost 24. So no points for anybody in this game so far. Patchway still a fair way from the 100 runs they need for a batting point, and no wickets have fallen. So disappointing from a Barrow Gurney perspective. Paul Guard, see if he can hustle one or two out with his off spin. In Division 4, Chil Compton have lost a couple of quick wickets there. 65 for 3 off 15 they are. Playing Long Ashton, who are Barrow's rivals for second place in that division. Barrow struggling at 45 for 2. Oh, that's hit beautifully through the covers. That's 4 runs all the way down the hill. Fielders didn't really have a chance to move. That was nicely timed. So one more ball till drinks. No run there. So that's 69 for no wicket off 20 overs, and it's time to have a drink. And that sounds like a good idea to me. I'm going to go and get one as well. So you're watching Barrow Gurney Television, coming live from Hobbs Lane. Back with you shortly. But his figures were better. So yeah, they like that. Is Lyndon fit? Oh, good. And then you're going to have a shot. Yeah, fair play. No. Yes. Mm. We need to buy a couple of wickets, really. I thought Gardy was a good shout, but we haven't really had a go at him yet. Yeah. Yes. Put your bowling boots on, Skip. No. No. I'm with you. Ouch. Better get back out there, Skip. They're waiting for you. No peace for the wicked, as they say. See you shortly. Dave's had 5, Steve's had 5, Phil's had 5, and Seb's had 3, and Gardy 2. So welcome back to Barrow Gurney Television here at Hobbs Lane. This Division 9 West clash between Barrow Gurney second 11 and Patchway second 11. Slightly longer than usual drinks break because Barrow have changed wicket keepers during that interlude. Pete Rooney, Barrow skipper, called in to keep wicket. Lots of injuries to wicket keepers over the last year or so. And he's obviously going to have a bowl shortly, I would imagine. So Ellie Holdaway has got the gloves, and it's going to be a change of bowling as well. Lyndon Allway going to come in from the Rod's viewpoint end. Charlie Joyner, who's on 36 on strike. And Lyndon on a good length to start with. So I've been speaking to skipper Pete Rooney during the drinks break. As you can imagine, somewhat disappointed by his bowlers' performance so far. They've not quite hit the right areas often enough and not looked all that threatening. And desperately in need of some wickets now. These two experienced campaigners batting nicely. Lyndon always got a bit more pace, probably similar pace to Dave Smith. Charlie Joyner's jumping a little bit as he plays him, but playing straight, keeping him out. Similar field. The field doesn't really change much to many of the bowlers apart from the spin of guard. We've got a mid-off, an extra cover point, short third man. The only real change is that Pete Rooney himself has gone into a sort of second slip position. You can see on your screen. Oh, short, and that's pulled away, and that's going to run down the hill for 4. Well, I think if the Barrow bowlers haven't realised it by now, they really should have done, that Charlie Joyner likes it short and he likes it leg side and he likes to play that shot. Or a paddle version of that shot, and he's been very effective doing it. Shows you can drive as well, but that's not going to be any runs. Phil Taylor's there. So just the 4 runs off the over, 73 off 21. Golden Hill of 22 overs are 86 for 2. And they're currently 18 points behind Barrow Gurney. So they're heading towards a batting point there. Whereas Barrow have got some work to do to pick up any bowling points. Paul Gard, though, will continue. His third over from the Buckham Village end. There's a bit of a dark cloud that was wending its way across the ground. Don't think it's going to deposit any rain, but it's been a bit gloomy just for the last 3 or 4 minutes or so. There's a bit of brighter weather coming in behind. Oh, a rare misfield by Ben Skews. Chance of a run out, maybe? No. He recovered well. Dive full length to stop the ball. But just couldn't quite handle it cleanly first time round. From a single to crease. 24. End of the over. 74 for no wicket off 22. So 64 for 2 is the score at Bristol Sri Lankans. Barrow Gurney first 11. Sam Mitchell, unusually, 15 runs off 60 balls there. Very low strike rate for him. And Josh Yelland overtaking him already, 23, not out of 28. The important thing is they're still there. Don't know what the conditions are like, of course. Had a lot of rain on Thursday. I'm not sure whether the pitches would have been covered at Fry's. Although we have covers here at Barrow Gurney, it would be fair to say they went on Thursday, so quite a bit of rain, although it was dry yesterday. The pitch is playing well, certainly you can't say the ball's stopping or anything like that. It's a wide. But, yeah, a rare, totally wet day on Thursday, making it a little bit awkward for pitch preparation this week. Well, Crease wanted one there, was sent back. Then there was nearly an overthrow, which was well stopped by Ben Skews with his foot. Oh, that's beaten him. So in the Rod's viewpoint area and watching proceedings, we've got Dave Milton, dad of Chairman Phil. We've got Bernie Forge, who's been injured this week, so not available. Oh, has had a caught behind. Yes, Ellie Holdaway's caught that. Fantastic. So well done for Ellie Holdaway claiming that catch off the edge, because she's not a wicket keeper. She has kept wicket before, but not often. But got good hands. And the innings of Simon Crease, or good innings of 24 runs off 69 balls with 5 fours, comes to an end. 75 for 1 here at Hobbs Lane. So the new batsman is John O'Howie, striding out there to the Buckham Village end. And Lyndon Allway is the successful bowler. Bit of extra pace. He's had a good season with the ball, but he's also had a season bedecked by an odd injury or two. And see, it's a bit sharp. Ellie Holdaway took that sort of chest high. End of a successful over though. 75 for 1, Patchway off 23. Linden away 2 overs, 1 for 5. A bit of a hiatus here as Ellie's not so practiced in the art of dispensing with the cap, tucking it into her trousers and then getting the face mask on and then gloves on. It's always a bit of a performance that keepers have to go through, but when you don't do it very often it takes a few seconds longer. But she's ready now. She's going to keeping to pull guard, off spinning all-rounder. And he's bowling to Charlie Joyner, who's 40 not out. And playing very nicely. Didn't quite fully time that, so no run. Well, that's gone through for 4. And really, Charlie Joyner's coming into his own here, playing really nicely. Nicely flighted, that one from Paul Guard. Trying to tease a false shot out of Charlie. Well, there's going to be a quick single here. Skuse is round, but he had quite a lot of ground to make up. Oh, that beat the new batsman on the outside edge. 80 for 1 off 24. Well, exciting game in the first round of the English Football League Championship. Many players at Barrow Gurney, rather bizarrely, seem to be supporters of Leeds. We've got myself, my son, Adam Brace, Josh Yelland, to name but 4. And Leeds drew 3-3. First game of the season. Sounds like an exciting game against Portsmouth at Elland Road. The trouble with Leeds over the last few years is they score hatfuls of goals but often end up on the losing side. Still don't think we should be playing football at this time of year. The Euros only finished about 2 weeks ago, so it seems. So back to more cricketing matters. It'd be nice to say that we were playing some high-level cricket at this time of year, but no, we've got the ridiculous 100 competition going on. So, not sure who we're supposed to support in that. Being a Yorkshireman living in Somerset, haven't got a team to support in that, so perhaps I should support the London Spirit, seeing as like a glass of gin. That's nicely played. Quick single again. He's got it easily. Matt Edgar let the ball come to him rather than came in aggressively for that. He made sure rather than take any risks. Well, that's a nice shot from John O'Howie. That's gone through the covers. That's hit the boundary boards. Oh, it was a good comeback from Lyndon Allway. Beat him on the back foot. 85 for 1 off 25. Bristol Sri Lankans. 69 for 2, Barrow Gurney off 21. So slow going there. Ellie Holdaway going through the ritual of the changing the cap for the face mask again. Seems to be struggling this over. Can't quite get the head mask into right position. Charlie's having a word. Anything I can do? Yeah. No. You alright? Yes, I am. Just going to where's my glove? Oh, there it is. Right. Put that on. Here we go. All ready to go again. All guards. Oh. Beat the bat there. Shortish one. This is his 5th over. Oh, I think that was the leg spinner. Oh, and that was possibly a chance to Mark Gracie. It was certainly very low. It wasn't an easy one, and Joyner came through for a single as it was sort of parried away from mid-off to mid-on. Don't really know whether that carried him. He's not looking too happy. He's got his hands on his knees, looking a bit crestfallen. So maybe he did get both hands to that, but it was low. It was difficult. Nice sweep shot. Sort of dying swan impression from Phil Taylor there as he dives ever so slowly down to stop that. That's picked up nicely, but it's only going to be a single. Dave Smith is round. Good backing up by Lyndon Allway. So that's the end of that over the 26th. 87 for 1. Guards 5 overs for 17 now. Right, so after all that performance with the face guard, Ellie Holdaway's decided to dispense with that. Clearly it doesn't fit right, or it's awkward for her to see through it. She's now got her batting helmet out, so she'll be using that at the end of the next over. So now we're going to have the helmet left behind. Are we on the field now? Pete Rooney very sensibly is taking it right off the field to avoid any chance of penalty runs. Happens so many times. Oh, he's hanging it over the picket fence. I knew that was a good idea, having a picket fence that end. Eli, shut up. It's really quite a strong breeze blowing now here at Hobbs Lane. Oh, and Lyndon always bowled him. I don't think that was quite as short as John O'Howie thought. He pirouetted as if to pull it. It kept down on him and was bowled in middle stump. 87 for 2 and the first bowling point of the afternoon for Barrow Gurney. It's taken a long time coming in the 27th over. New batsman is Joshua James, or Josh, I think he likes to be known as. Oh, he's a left-hander. So, will cause a few changes in the field. He's taking some very precise-looking back swings. Interesting stance. Not nicely aligned now as Lyndon Allway comes in. Shows it the full face of the bat. It's funny, different pre-shot routines or pre-ball routines that batsmen have, isn't it? Everyone is slightly different. He's almost preparing like you would for a golf shot, you know, sort of lifting, where you sort of lift the club up, you know, a little bit back 2 or 3 times before you hit the ball. It's a little bit like that. Perhaps trying to make sure he's got a high left elbow or right elbow because he's a left-hander to keep the ball out, keep the ball down. Here we go. No run there, Seb Allen quickly in. Well, another successful over from Lyndon Allway, so he's got 2 for 10 now off 4, and it's 87 for 2 off 27. And Sam Mitchell has fallen at Bristol Sri Lankans. And so has Guy Fisher. There's a collapse there. 70 for 4, Barrow Gurney now. Guy Fisher only faced 2 balls. So Sam Mitchell made 16. Josh Yellen's 29, not out there. He's been joined by new wicketkeeper in the first team, Fergus Skinner. Paul Guard going to continue. Oh, nicely stopped by Ben Skew's. Got a good hand on that. And needed to, because that was 4 if he hadn't intervened. Mark Gracie there. That's a nice shot. Oh, Peter Rooney didn't get a hand to it. They're coming back for 2. And they'll make them. Josh is very quick between the wickets, Josh James there. He almost lapped Charlie Joyner. Joyner now on 49. Oh, and that's going to be his 50. So Joyner's 50. He's on 53 now. Off 83 balls. Taken 98 minutes, and he's hit 10 fours. That was a particularly pleasing shot through the covers. Nicely middled. And taken Patchway on the brink of a decent score here at Hobbs Lane. Be fair to say that Barrow are missing 2 or 3 of their key batsmen in the 2s. So this could be quite a challenge. Oh! But God has got his revenge. He's bowled him. I don't know whether Charlie was just getting a little bit tired there. My word, he's played well. And rightfully so, the Barrow fielders giving him a sporting clap as he comes off the field. That was a very, very good knock. To be honest, never really looked like getting out throughout that. It just looked as if he was just a little bit tired there. But well played. 84 balls for his 53. And that is the end of the over. Is this Jamie? Yeah, thank you. Jamie Wilson, the new batsman, but he won't be facing because that was the last ball of the over. So it will be Josh James. Whatever that's called, Jesse James, the famous American gunslinger. Famously shot when he had his back to the door. Never have your back to the door, they always used to say. Right, having a bit of a discussion. There could be a run out here. Ellie Holdaway wasn't at the stumps. And that's a single. Great confusion. No, it's a leg by. Confusion all round. Late signal from the umpire. It sort of ricocheted off Josh James's body and went to backward square, and there was never a run there really. And if the throw had hit, it would have definitely been good night Vienna. Oh, that went through everything. So, Jamie Wilson, very white looking pads, blue helmet, nice relaxed stance. Takes a pace up the wicket and defends nicely, middled that defensive shot well. Whereas Josh James is batting in a cap. Not sure that's a Patchway cap. Ooh, almost chopped that on. Well, the first 11 in total meltdown at Fry's. Fergus Skinner's now gone for 5. 78 for 5 off 25 there. They're really, really struggling, and this is probably looking like the end of their bid for promotion, unless Long Ashton also come out on the wrong side today. But who knows? You never know until both teams are batted, but it's looking like a bit of a struggle there. Connor Jones has now joined Josh Yelland. Seems to be ploughing a bit of a lone furrow. It's the end of the over here at Hobbs Lane, 94 for 3 off 29. Maiden for Lyndon Allway. So Golden Hill beginning to prosper a little bit. They're now 130 for 3 off 30 at their game against Oldfield Park. Golden Hill second in this division, Division 9 West, their 6th team, of course. And as guard comes in again to James, Barrow legend Bob Mills with a young lady and a young dog who's managed to get himself trapped around the end of the picket fence. No, that's okay. Barrow legend Bob Mills, left arm bowler of yesteryear. Eli can sense there's a new dog in town. He's having a look out the commentary box window. On the pad, I think. No great excitement. It's very interesting the way. Yes, he's very reminiscent of a golfer, sort of practicing his backswing before attempting a bunker shot or something like that. Ooh, flip down the leg side, no run. Oh, that's bowled him. That's bowled him. He sort of leant back as if to try and hit that over the top, and it beat him in the flight. So another wicket for Paul Guard with the last ball of an over. So the new batsman is Srinivas Mandali, but again he's not going to be on strike for the time being. And Lyndon always going to continue to the not out batsman Jamie Wilson, who's yet to get off the mark. So Josh James went without scoring, unfortunately, faced 11 balls. Paul Guard's 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23 now. Be disappointed he's only got the one more to come. Nicely played. They go for a quick single. Oh, if that had hit. That was Mark Gracie there at mid-on. Unusually good bit of work. Picked it up and threw underarm all in a single motion and narrowly missed the stumps. So in all the excitement, I should mention that Barrow have now got a second bowling point. Well, a nice looking shot, but for no runs. Quick single again. Phil Taylor's not going to prevent that. Feel the power. Safe but unspectacular there on the field. And Srinivas gets off the mark. Oh, as Jamie Wilson departs the scene. Stumps everywhere, I'm afraid. That was full and straight, and he played all around that. And that's 96 for 5, and another wicket for Lyndon Allway. And as Jamie departs the scene at one angle, Rich Holland, the skipper of Patchway, comes from a completely different angle to as if he was in the net. Comes and joins proceedings. Nice to see Rich before the game. He's always good value and nice to talk to, and he's been playing against us for many years. He was saying how much he loves coming to Barrow Gurney, one of the prettiest grounds in the division, if not the prettiest. And well, 96 for 5. Sudden wobble from Patchway. Oh, he's got an inside edge on that. Had no idea where that had gone, but he's going to get a single and get off the mark. That's 31 gone, 97 for 5. Interestingly, Srinivas Mandali has been entered into the play cricket system as Srinivas M. So when you see on the scorecard on your screen it just says M, that's him. I think he scored 1 run off 2 balls so far. And Rich Holland kept the strike with that iffy single off the last ball. And Paul Guard's going to bowl out. He's going to bowl his 8th over. So quite defensive for Rich Holland. They've got a long off, which is Mark Gracie, who's coming a bit straighter. He started very, very wide. We've got a long on, which is Eddie Holt. Is Pete Rooney. Right, it's no longer Pete Rooney. It's now Mad Edgar going into long on. Pete Rooney's gone to long off. Mark Gracie's now going to deep cover, it would appear. We've also got a deep point on the boundary. So quite a defensive field for the new batsman. The deep point's going to come into play here. That's Seb Allen. Allows a single but saves a boundary. change in the field for the other batsman, Srinivas M. Mandali. Shot of the back foot, no run though. Ben Skuse safe as houses there in the covers. Well, Josh Yelland has finally fallen at Bristol Sri Lankans. 34 he made. By far the top scorer, and a very disappointing batting effort there. Mark Fisher's now in with Connor Jones. And Barrow really struggling to get much more than 100 or so. 84 for 6 there. Oh, that's gone right up in the air, but cleared everything. Matt Edgar and Dave Smith converging on it, but it's gone for 4. He got more on that than I thought. It looked a bit top edgy. 100 up for Patchway in the 32nd over. 114 minutes. The darkish cloud coming over the ground at the moment. Well, that won't deter Mandali, who's hit another lovely shot. That's going to go for 4. That was slightly better time than the last one. Well, rather dented Paul Guard's figures there at the end of his spell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32. Phil Taylor at what is now going to become mid-off to Lyndon Allway bowling from the Rod's viewpoint end. As he stood there eyeing up the sky with giving it a very suspicious look, this cloud. I don't know whether there's a few spots of rain. It's nothing substantial. It is really quite a nasty looking cloud, this. Lovely blue sky in the distance over Long Ashton and Clifton, but that's quite a way away. There's a little bit lighter sky coming, but it's not that bright over the pavilion where predominantly the weather comes from. Oh, that's burst through the gloves of Eddie Holdaway. It'll be a bye. Oh, a leg bye. The wind's getting up as well as the... that's a nice looking shot. Single. So Lyndon always got 4 more balls in this over and then 1 more over to bowl. So Peter Rooney originally dispensed with the wicket-keeping gloves and pads, presumably in order to bowl, and hasn't yet done so. So I suspect we might see him at the Buckham Village end in a moment. Quick single for Rich Holland. Yeah, Matt Edgar doesn't gather that cleanly. I think he took his eye off the ball there. So a bit of a field change. We've now got For Mandali, we've now got long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and he's hit that through the offside, inevitably. They've got one, it's coming back for two, the ball's stopped, Edgar has arrived, and that's all it will be. That's a nice shot. Here's Phil Taylor. Quick work there from Phil Taylor. But the run out was never on. Another single to Mandali. End of the over. 112 for 5 off 33. And it looks like it is going to be the skipper. He's looking very purposeful and businesslike at the Buckham Village end. He's going to mark out his run. So it is going to be Peter Rooney. Who this season has been very reluctant to bowl himself, despite having taken quite a lot of wickets in this division. And most weeks he hasn't been needed to wicket keep, so yeah, I feel he should have bowled himself more in some of the other games, but he's not going to get much more than 4 overs in here. So Rooney will be bowling left arm round the wicket, as he does tend to favour against Srinivas Mandali. That's a nice shot, but there's a deep point. It's going to mean he can only get a single. Oh, well bowled. That beat Rich Holland there. That dark cloud has pretty much wended its way across the ground. We've got the tail end of it still going over. And some brighter sky to come, I think, although not. All the blue sky seems to be over Long Ashton now. Wasted over there. So for Rooney, we've still got long off and long on. And a deep point. Who's into action again there, Seb Allen. Other than that, in the ring, we've got a mid-wicket forward square leg. Man on the 45. Short third. Extra cover. That's busiest man on the park, Seb Allen, down at deep point. Another single there. Well, Rich Holland seemed to be in some discomfort with that, as if he lost sight of it for a moment. But he's hopefully okay. I mean, it might have hit him, but not with any great venom. End of Rooney's first over. 3 off it, 115 for 5 off 34. And Lyndon Allway will bowl his final over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 18 so far. Another wicket's fallen at Bristol Sri Lankans. 103 for 7 there now. That's Connor Jones was run out. Oh, that's well carved away through backward point for 4. Well played. So there's still 9.1 overs to go at the Bristol Sri Lankans, and Barrow are 7 down. Oh. For a moment I thought he'd pull that away, but he didn't really make any contact with that. It was short enough for the pull shot. Oh, that's squirted away down the leg side of maybe a bit of bat, bit of pad. That's, well, it was purely pad. Leg bye signalled. Quick single. Rich Holland makes it. So the end of Lyndon Allway's spell. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23. Bowled very well. So who's your money on for coming on at the Rod's Viewpoint end now that spell's finished? Dave Smith, probably. It's probably the most effective looking of the other bowlers. Seb Allen, although he didn't give many runs away, didn't quite have his line right. Phil Taylor was a bit expensive and was a bit inconsistent, bowling a lot on leg stump to the right-hander. So, take your pick really, but I think probably it'll be Dave Smith. So Ellie Holdaway's decided to forget the idea of sticking a cap down her trousers, and she's put it down behind the stumps. So hopefully won't interfere with play there. But if it did, like if the ball was thrown in, say for a run out, it was to hit the cap, it would be penalty runs, of course, in the same way as the helmet. Oh, that's cut away again. Backward point in action. The run's coming quite freely, mainly in singles, it has to be said, but fairly freely at the moment. These two seem to have things in control. 122 for 5. They're on the cusp of a second batting point. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. No, Dave Smith's never going to catch that, though he was trying hard. Well, that is the second batting point, and Phil Taylor has been dispatched from the 45 to where that ball ended up, by the picket fence by the pavilion. Meanwhile, Dave Smith has gone into the more orthodox 45. Oh, that was short. It's in the air. It's catchable, but Phil Taylor can't get round to it. It looked as if that might be catchable, but it was clear wide of the fielder. And it's a dangerous little innings here. Srinivas Mandali, 27 already off 19. Looks a useful player. Right, more changes in the field. Arms being waved. Lyndon Allway coming across to the leg side. Steve Owen going across to the offside. So Lyndon's heading for the deep backward square boundary. It'll have to be forward square because we've already got 2 man behind square on the leg side. Now Mandali's gone up the wicket and he's hit that. Where's he hit that? Well, he's hit that to mid wicket, and there are 2. For a moment, I thought he'd hit it straight, and I was looking at the long on fielder who seemed to be looking up as if he was looking for the ball, but actually he hit it to mid wicket. Got 2 runs for that. 2. Right, that's in the air. That's 6. He's got all of that. That's where I thought the last one might have been going. Right, there'll be a short delay while we look for that ball. Hopefully it's all been cut down in that field. I saw the farmer working hard doing something or other the other day, so guess cutting grass down for silage or something like that. So might make the ball a bit easier to find. Dave Smith is indeed loosening up in a way that looks like he is going to be the solution to the problem from this Rod's viewpoint end. But meanwhile, Patchway are in the danger of setting a very good total here. Having been only 100 and not very many after 31 overs, they're now about to steam past 140 with still 4 overs to go. Now, Phil Taylor's peering into the hedgerow as if to ask the ball to come to him. Now he's keeled over and he's sitting on the floor. Right, they're calling for a spare, but I haven't. But the ball has emerged, or a ball has emerged. Is that a spare ball, or is that the actual match ball? Phil Taylor's disappeared to look for a spare, so he's not actually on the field. So the batsman and the 2 umpires having a discussion. Peter Rooney's got a ball in his hand. He's missing a fielder who's decided to come off the field and have a donut, and is now being pushed back onto the field of play by groundsman Pete Holdaway. And it looks like Phil's going to field with the donut in his hand. Well, let's hope the ball doesn't go down to him. It could end up as a right jammy old mess, couldn't it? Luckily, Mandala pushes it for a single down to point. So the end of quite a long over and a fairly expensive one. So 139 for 5 off 36. It will be Dave Smith. He'll bowl at least the last 2 overs from this end. Whether Peter Rooney will continue. 2 overs for 21. And Phil the Tailor with the donut, yes, which he's now proudly raising. Yes, I've noted the donut. Yep, he'll have to pay for that. He's saying add it to the tab. I'm in the commentary box. I'm not behind the bar at the moment. I can't believe he goes off to get a spare and comes back with a donut. Imagine the way he was bowling today. He might have bowled better with the donut than he did with the ball. But sorry, Phil, but it wasn't one of your better days. And when you do have a good day, you're quite a mercurial bowler, but wasn't quite right. So maybe a donut would have been better. If we'd have got jam on a good length, would that have made it a sticky dog wicket? I wonder. I don't know. Anyway, enough about donuts. Dave Smith is... actually, I quite fancy a donut. I might have one at tea if there's one left. Dave Smith coming in. He's a bit short. That's come off the bat, and it's 4. And Srinivas Mandala is making a real difference in this game. I'm not sure whether he's a regular Patchway player or whether he's on loan. Rich did say that he had a couple of loan players, and not sure. He's certainly not one of the Patchway players that I remember from when we've played against them before. But he's batting nicely anyway. 40 off 23. And to be honest, if we keep bowling it there, he's going to very quickly make a big score, because that was another short help yourself ball, and he did, and he's hit that towards the gate where the houses are, and it's 2 fielders have gone inside the gate. I think it's gone in the garden. That could be difficult to find. There's an intersection of hedges there. And that might not be very easy. Pete Rooney's having a word with Lyndon Allway. Doesn't look very happy. Phil Tailor now with no donut to eat is sort of stamping the ground like a bull in the bullfight. The batsman stood there with a sort of single teapot when he really ought to be feeling very pleased with himself. One of the Patchway players is lobbing out a spare. That ball has certainly been lost. The match ball's certainly gone. Returned without it. Steve Owen and Seb Allen down there. And the wheels are coming off here for Barrow Gurney, I think it would be fair to say. As Patchway are now surging towards a decent score. No run there though. Stemmed the bleeding a little bit. Barrow first, 113 for 7 off 33. Might be for 8 now. Mark Fisher's just got out, I think. He'd made 14. That's a super shot for 4. $150 up for Patchway in the 37th over, 138 minutes. Yeah, 8 down now at Bristol Sri Lankans. Barrow only got 1 point there so far. Kieran Owen and Johnny Sykes at the crease, with only Frank Forge to come. No, they're going to run a bye here to Eddie Holdaway. And, oh, there could be an extra run here. Oh, there's a leg bye. So, decisions for Peter Rooney. Does he bowl himself? Does he go back to one of the other bowlers? He can't go to the bowlers he'd like to go to. Paul Gardner and Lyndon Allway, they're bowled out. Steve Owen, maybe he's the answer. He could come back. He's got three left, 5 overs for 13. Bowled okay. It looks like he might be coming back. No. Pete Rooney's still got the ball. He's sort of showing the ball to Steve Owen as if to say, what do you think of this? Well, not much is the answer. Steve Owen sort of potters off to short third man. Rooney is going to continue. And Mandala is very quickly on to 48 and really making a good fist of things here. Well, Golden Hill have got maximum batting points at home to Oldfield Park. That's gone for 4 byes. And the wheels have not only come off, the axles are following here. This is a very, very poor end to the innings from Barrow Gurney, who kept it nice and tight for about 30 overs. So we're going to be struggling here, I think. Well, Peter really cannot believe that wasn't given out. And it's very unlike him to show any sort of disappointment at that level. So it must have been pretty close. He sort of hit him on the back pad while he's having a bit of a swing. The umpire's doing also suggesting that the ball's swinging like a boomerang, which, well, who knows. Stumping chance? Oh, well, Holdaway's missed the stumps now. Oh dear, oh dear. It's all a bit of a struggle at the moment for Barrow. Well, let's hope the ball doesn't go to mid-on, because Paul Gard's surrounded by 2 dogs and Bob Mills on the field of play there. Right, that's the inside edge. That's going to go for a single. So as things stand, Golden Hill are going to get 5 points out of their innings, and Barrow Gurney are going to get 2 here, so the difference is 18. That will reduce it to 15. And of course, if Barrow were not to win in this game, which is beginning to look perhaps increasingly likely, because Barrow's batting lineup is maybe a little bit more shallow than normal. With a few players away or injured or ill. And no first teamers dropping down. It's the end of the over. 157 for 5, 38 gone. Well, keeping an eye on what Long Ashton are doing in Division 4, although if Barrow don't get a win today, which is looking very, very unlikely from where they are, it's not going to matter too much. Chilcompton Sports 124 for 9 off 33, so Long Ashton looking like they're in pole position there for a win, whereas Barrow Gurney very much looking as if they're going to struggle. And that's flicked away, no run though. So Barrow Gurney first looking for a good result. Well, they need 4 good results really to have a good chance of overtaking quite a strong Long Ashton team. Can't imagine they're going to drop too many points in the run-in. Right, Phil Taylor. Oh my goodness me. Well, a dreadful piece of fielding there on the boundary. It's 4 runs for Srinivas Mandala. Don't take anything away from him. He's made his 50 in 35 balls, 9 fours and a 6, and played very, very well. But that ball was hit wide-ish of long off. Phil Taylor ran round and went with the foot, and it managed to miss it, or not get much on it, and off it went for 4. That's going to be 4 buys. Yes, 4 buys. Oh, goodness me, this is, well, talking about disappointing. Barrow have fallen apart here. This is awful. This is the worst display I've seen from the second team this season. I think I can safely say that. At home, I haven't seen all their away games, but they've generally come back successful, so I'm assume that things haven't been this bad. That's short. That's not quite time, though, so Ballon does well. Gets in. Just the 1. Well, the field come in. I think Phil Taylor in the act of trying to stop the ball with his foot and failing has injured himself. He's got his hand on his side, and he's now come into mid off. Field come in to put pressure on Rich Holland, really. Oh, that's going to be another lot of 4 buys, is it? Oh, we must have got an inside edge on that. No signal. So, this goes from bad to worse, really. Peter Rooney looks absolutely livid at the far end, throwing that ball back to the bowler. The end of the over, the 39th, 170 now for 5. Well, umpire's giving us a nice wave. Hello, how are you? Enjoying the afternoon? I think that's Simon Crease there, who's gone out barefoot in the park to umpire. There's lots of rules in the B&D now about what you can and cannot do whilst you're umpiring. I don't think there's anything about not wearing shoes yet. Maybe that'll come in next year. You're not allowed to vape. You're not allowed to use your mobile phone. Probably not allowed to sing or whistle either. So anyway, this is the last over. Peter Rooney going to bowl it to Mandala. Mandali rather. On strike, who's on 58. Nope, no run there. So on a rather overcast day, Peter Rooney won the toss, decided to put Patchway into bat, and a very good opening partnership between Simon Crease and Charlie Joyner took the score to 75 before the first wicket fell. perhaps wasn't the most flamboyant of partnerships. Oh, that's gone for 4. Another misfield on the boundary. This time by Seb Allen. .62 now to Mandali. 75 for the first wicket. Crease was the first batsman to fall to Lyndon Allway for 24. Charlie Joyner made a very pleasant 50, batted very nicely. 53 off 85 balls. Before he got out to Paul Guard, looking rather tired. Mandali has a swing at that. It's going to only be a single, I think. Yes, that's right. Just a single. Brings Holland on to strike. Then there was a patch of play where it was fairly slow going for Patchway. The middle order didn't really flourish. And at one point it looked like they were struggling to get a total of probably much more than 130 to 140. But then enter Srinivas Mandali, who's played absolutely beautifully and hit the ball to all parts and taken advantage of some rather ropey fielding. And has made a very nice 50. Rich Holland's going to get a single there, and that's all it'll be. Currently 63 not out, there's just a couple of balls to go. Well, the successful bowlers for Barrow Gurney, well, Lyndon Allway was the pick of the bowlers, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23. Paul Guard, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32, also bowled well. Full toss, I don't think he's timed that. Mark Grace is there, there's only going to be a single. The rest of the bowlers, Steve Ohm bowled 5 overs for 13 and I think is carrying a bit of an injury, so that's probably why he didn't come back. Phil Taylor wasn't his usual self, bowled 5 overs for 24. Seb Allen 3 overs for 8 and was probably a bit early removed from the proceedings, but apparently was bowling a little bit one side or the other. And Pete Rooney, well, 4 overs for 29, plus whatever comes off this, which is none. Could be a run out. And he's missed. Oh my God, he's missed and it's gone for 4 overthrows, has it? No, oh, that's only a single. My goodness me, talk about Keystone Cops fielding. I mean, this is unbelievable. And that is the end of the innings. At least it should be the end of the innings. Yep, the umpire at square leg looks like he's had enough. And, well, I'm virtually speechless, which, given I've been talking all afternoon, is quite a surprise. That's really the most abject display I've seen for the last 10 overs of Barrow Gurney's seconds, unfortunately. But well done to Patchway, certainly well done to Mr. Mandali. He batted beautifully, 178 for 5, so they get 3 batting points. Barrow only get 2 bowling points, all to play for in the second innings. So time for a spot of tea and see if any of those donuts are left or whether Phil Taylor's eaten them all. You're watching Barrow Gurney Television live from Hobbs Lane. Back with you after the tea break. So welcome back to Barrow Gurney Television as we start the Barrow Gurney reply from the Rod's viewpoint end. Bowling is Srinivas Mandali, who batted so well in that innings of Patchway to get them up to a very competitive score, 178 for 5, and it didn't look like in a month of Sundays there'd be anything that much, but Barrow opened their account with 4 byes. Right, we're going to have the sight screens moved here. So just to recall that Patchway made 178 for 5. There were 50s for Mandali, who's a new player for Patchway, I understand, and also for Charlie Joyner, who's very much the opposite end of the spectrum, has played for Patchway for many years. Played a nice knock early on in the innings. 3 wickets for Lyndon Allway, 2 for Paul Gard. Over at Bristol Sri Lankans, where the first team are playing, well, things haven't gone well there. 134 all out. Mandali looking as if he's bowling some sort of off spin with quite a bit of pace about it as well. It's certainly not slow off spin. Going round the wicket to left-handed Ben Skuse. He's opening the batting with Ellie Holdaway. And that's the first over. Negotiated 4 for no wicket. Rate required is 4.5, as good as. Bowler's name, please. Thank you. So Ethan Ware, the opening bowler from the Buckham Village end, and he'll be bowling to Ellie Holdaway. So see how this young man gets on. There's going to be a single there, Ellie off the mark. Never easy bowling to a left-right combination. So an interesting field then for Ethan Ware. He's got, for the left-hander, he's got a shortish mid-off, a shortish extra cover. He's got a deep extra cover, an orthodox cover on the ring, a backward point just by the umpire, man on the 45, man at mid-wicket, and a man at mid-on. So very much an offside dominated field. That's changed after one ball, which he bowled down the leg side, and that very short extra cover has now gone into a mid-wicket position. Oh my goodness, Ben Skuse has hit that straight down the 45's throat and has been brilliantly caught, and that is a disastrous start to the Barrow Gurney innings. It was a full toss. He played his characteristic pull paddly shot that he plays so well normally, and he hit it straight to the man on the 45. Well, oh dear. Dear, it's not been a great afternoon so far for Barrow Gurney, and yeah, he looks quite annoyed with himself, and he goes without scoring. Well, the tall figure of Matt Edgar is next to the crease. Matt really in need of a few runs. Not played all that regularly this season for various reasons. Struggles in some of the midweek games where they play with a pink ball because he's colourblind. Finds it difficult to pick up the pink ball. Hopefully he's alright with the red one today. No run there. It's wide. So they're still at tea in the first game at Bristol Sri Lankans. Doesn't look like they're going to get too much out of that game. Only got 2 batting points. This should be a single, comfortably done. Matt Edgar's off the mark. So Long Ashton have started their reply to Chill Compton's 130 all out in Division 4. So would imagine that that's going to put them comfortably ahead of Barrow in that division come the end of play today. So that early change of umpire, Pete Rooney's coming on. Lyndon Allway, I think, is batting 5 today, is coming off. So Edgar's taken guard at the opposite end. That's going to be a bye. Ellie Holdaway taking guard. Oh, that's nicely flipped away. Nicely timed down the hill. There's only going to be one. Oh, a bit of a dribble. Bit of a misfield there. Trying to use his foot. That's two. He's just timed the ball well. Right, so he's going to come over the wicket, Mandali, and that's required a change in the sight screens. It's been done by mid-off and mid-on. She didn't quite get that. It's going to end the over. 3 gone, 10 for 1. Ben Scouse is taking the slip fielding aid back to his car. Got a lovely view from the commentary box of Phil Taylor's feet. He's lying down in the gap between the picket fence with his feet in the air. That's going to be a single. Misfielded extra cover allows Matt Edgar a single. I think he must have heard me. He's put his feet down now. Either that or all the blood was rushing out of them. So lots of arms waving, fielders moving around in all sorts of different directions, despite the fact we now have 2 right-handers batting. So for Ellie then, we've got a slip, a backward point, a deep cover, short extra. No mid-off, we've got a mid-on. 2 mid-wickets, so sort of 1 straightish and 1 orthodox, and a backward square leg, and a man on the 45. It's nicely hit, it's juggled at point. he'd taken that cleanly, that could have been a risky single, but in the end it was comfortable because he was juggling it. And on a single to Ellie. No run there. It's the end of the fourth over, 12 for 1. Well, some better news from the Bristol Sri Lankans game. An early wicket there. Mark Fisher. Another wicket for him. It's been a fantastic season for him in the first. My word, he's taken so many wickets, well into the 30s, and he's dismissed one of the Sri Lankan openers for a duck. They're 1 for 1, needing 137 to beat Barrow. Well, the fielding team certainly don't seem to be any rush, but that's short, and that's dismissed by Ellie Holdaway. She played that very nicely. Rocked back, pulled away for 4. Did some hands raised in anguish there. As a bye. She didn't get anything on it. I thought there was a concern that she might have edged that, but no, just a bye. It's a quicker ball fired through. Well, that seemed to keep a little low. It shot through. That's a bye. Cry of anguish from the bowler, I think. Matt Edwards was a bit slow away there, but he's made it through for the extra wide. I'm not sure whether he could actually see that ball. It was wide, and obviously the keeper might have been obscuring his view. End of the over. 5 gone, 21 for 1. So apart from the loss of Ben Skuse, we were well caught on the 45. It's a reasonably positive start for Barrow. Ethan Ware's going to continue. And Mark Fisher's struck again at Bristol Sri Lankans. They're now 3 for 2. And Fergus Skinner's taken a catch there behind the stumps. But Pereira, he's still there. He scores a lot of their runs. That's a nice shot. The extra cover area has been left open and she just guided that through for a single. It was quite high. Going to get one. They're going to go for 2. The square leg umpire's got his arm out. That was a no ball. Well, that was a nice shot, beautifully timed. That made a lovely sound off the bat, punched off the back foot through the vacant mid-off area. Mid-off or extra cover is sort of halfway between the two positions. It's only a wide mid-off. Didn't quite time that. It's a shame because he hit the gap. If he'd timed that better, that would have run away for 4 as well. Oh, all visitors. We welcome Jeff, Janet Saunders. Jeff, of course, another Barrow legend with bat and ball. Also, they were on cricket tour this year. Well, that's a top edge, but he got enough on it to pass the footman on the 45. It's only going to be a single. For an awful moment I thought that might also be caught, but he got away with it. It was a single. End of the 6th over, 31 for 1. Oh, that's nicely flicked away by Mad Edgar. And that should go all the way for 4, and does. Well, that's going to be another bye. Well, wicketkeeper's struggling here. He's probably never kept against Mandali before, because I don't think he's played for Patchway before. So the byes are we're already up to 9 byes out of the 37 for 1. Still, Barrow Gurney won't be complaining. There's going to be at least 1 wide there. Come back for another. Nicely flicked off her legs by Ellie Holdaway. It's going to be 1, or could be overthrows. No, just the 1. So at the end of the 7th over, 40 for 1. Sri Lankan's now 17 for 2. And Mark Fisher's 3rd over was a bit expensive there. So Ethan Ware continuing. Oh, very odd attempt at fielding that by Charlie Joyner. Sort of turned his back and stopped it with his shin, but it was effective. Well, that's very wide. It's going to go for 5 wides, and it has. So that's brought about a bit of a change in the field. That's a nice shot for Ellie Holdaway. But oh, they're taking a risk. A direct hit and Matt Edward would have been gone. There's now a chance of overthrows, but Matt Edgar's got about 26 yards to run. And he would have been short. Now he looks exhausted. Well, there was an iffy single, and Matt Edgar was struggling to make his ground at the striker's end. But he did, but as a result ran about 6 yards past the stumps, and then when he was called back for the overthrow, he had an awful long way to run. That was a full toss, and that's been hit away for 4. It's also a no ball. So clearly signalled by umpire Smith. Thank you for the clear signal. So the 50 up for Barrow Gurney in only the 8th over, 31 minutes. Charlie Joyner using his hands this time round. One. Sorry, it's 3. 3, sorry, I misread the screen. That's a lovely shot. Only going to be a single now. We've got a backward point and a square point on the boundary. Well, that was quite a long over in the end, but we got there. 54 for 1 off 8. Well, it looks like Mandali will continue. The clouds we had before tea have, well, they've long since gone, and it's now a predominantly blue sky with a few wispy clouds about. It wasn't quite short enough for that shot, Ellie. Thought it was going to be a little shorter than that, I think. Now, what's that going to be, a leg bye? Yes, it is going to be a leg bye. .50 partnership between these two. 43 balls, 27 minutes. Ellie Holdaway scored 16 of them and Matt Edgar 13 of them, and the rest have been extras, which has been the highest scorer of that partnership. That's nicely steered away, and that's run all the way for 4. Third man is probably a little too fine, really. That was steered away, it wasn't an edge. And third man is right on the edge of the sight screen. And that went down towards the gate in the picket fence. So 60 for 1. With 9 overs gone, Matt Edgar and Ellie Holdaway both on 17 apiece. Now, are we going to get a bowling change here? I think we are. We've got somebody with his hat off. I think that's the captain, Rich Holland. Is he going to bowl? I mean, he is obviously a bowler. There's another chap. Thank you, Bernie. In fact, it's going to be Charlie Joyner who graced us with that lovely 50 early on in the day. He decided it's his day, so he's going to come on and bowl a few tweakers. Rich Holland's still got his hat off and in his hand, and he's directing traffic. So right, we've got people going to all parts. We've got a wide long on, a long off, a deep extra cover, and a deep point. A young Ethan Ware's come. Is he coming into a short mid-on, or is he just not sure where he's meant to be? No, he's been moved to the short third man area, I think. Yeah, it's all taking a little bit of time, but we're getting there in the end, I think. Yeah, I think everybody's happy now. No, Rich is now moving the deep extra cover more to a deep point. So we've now got a deep cover point and a deep-ish point. He's not quite on the boundary. And that's a full toss. Just easily knocked away for 1. So plenty of singles on offer, and with the run rate as it is, the best tactic probably for Barrow is just to take them and not try anything too expansive at this stage. Well, it's a good sweep shot. I don't think there's anybody out for that. No, there isn't, and that's 4 runs. Nicely timed by Matt Edgar. It's the first time for a while he's really got into an innings and makes a nice sound off his bat. It looks like I'm about to be joined by Jeff Saunders in the commentary box. It's a single there to Matt. At the golf club. No, I don't think they do know that. They know they have to pay for the food in advance by paying us for drink. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I can put that out. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. Just bear with 1 second. 10 overs gone. 66 for 1. couple of early wickets there, Mark Fisher.
What a horrible place to do. It's like playing cricket on the downs, just with the grass cut.
Oh, hang on. Oh, it's Rich. I know him. It's a new bowler.
Most unenjoyable.
Oh dear.
We had think they didn't have any umpires. It was only Connor who knew what he was doing. So I actually, when I got there, I stood for 10 overs.
Oh, did you?
Well, yeah.
So the new bowler is Rich Holland, the Patchway skipper, coming in from the Rod's viewpoint end, bowling to Matt Edgar.
Is this going across the country?
Oh yeah, they're live out on Barrow Gurney television.
I haven't looked at it.
The Patchway people have been watching it. A couple of them said afterwards they got their wives are listening to it at home. Whatever. One of them's got the husband and the son playing. So
we're playing Patchway.
playing Patchway twos, yeah.
10 overs. We've got 170.
They should never have got anywhere near that. We the last 10 overs we fielded like the Keystone Cops. It was shocking. It was the worst performance I've seen all season. We had well, we haven't got a wicket keeper because they're all injured or not playing. So Ellie kept for the second 20. She did all right for 10 overs, and then there were loads of buys, and then well, it was just the wheels came off. They had a player who doesn't normally play for them. First time he's played, he smashed us everywhere.
John Sykes hurt his leg as a coach. I'm not sure how he hurt him apparently because he was sat down, I think getting up or something like that.
He's a bit injury prone, isn't he?
Well,
He's only just recovered from a shoulder injury. So.
he's behind his knee.
Oh dear.
How are you, Fru?
Oh yeah.
That's
going to be a leg by, I think. Just waiting for a signal there. No, he must have got some bat on it. So that's one to Matt Edgar. And I've got Jeff Saunders here recounting details of what's been going on at Keynsham. He's been there to watch the Barrow innings. And yes, not awfully impressed, I think, is the message. No, self-trained. I'm a public speaker, obviously, as you know.
It's a shame you couldn't attend Gilbert Park. It was thoroughly enjoyable. Yet another thoroughly enjoyable.
I love going there. It was just awkward with.
Well, I understand.
Debbie was going away the following day, and I'd been away all week, and yeah, it's just awkward, really. And it's a long day, the Showbrook day, because you don't get home till about 10, and it's yeah.
We left later than planned because Ray's grandson was in the national swimming
Okay.
competition, and I thought he won something. He'd won something before, sure, 40. Ray had it on the television.
Oh, brilliant!
And we all actually quite interested, excited. Come on, Reece.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was a thoroughly nice day, and actually that was no bad thing because we didn't go, and Ray and it was a nice day. We stayed there about a good hour after sort of watching.
Oh right, yeah. Well, Ellie's timed that nicely, but it's only going to be a single. So she moves to 20. Matt Edgar's on 23. 69 for one, and just the start of the 12th over here.
Who's
Ellie, far end. Long blonde hair gives it away, but it's not actually easy. It's through the dirty windows. It's not easy to see anything, is it? Really?
It's all our battles. They've got a couple of 2 or 3 slow bowlers, spinners. And of course, unless you face that big, even the greats that know how to hit the thing out of the ground, they can't bowl
Yeah.
a well pitched up ball. Anyway, how's your shoulder? Have you recovered?
What, from the bowling? Yeah. I came relatively unscathed. My bruises have gone now. Where that girl hit me. Oh, that beat him. It kept a bit low. I think it was a bit ambitious, that shot there. It wasn't probably short enough for that. straight to the man on the 45. It was a full toss. And he played his little nurdle shot that he does. And he hit it nicely, but he hit it straight to the guy on the 45. So, yeah. Well, it's a beautiful sunny day now. The sky's clear of clouds, and it's but Matt Edgar's been bowled round his legs. He can't believe that. He must have played. Thought that was on a different line. He must have got across far too far, and that's bowled him round his legs. And Charlie Joyner's he's having a great day today. 50 when batting, and now he's taken a wicket, and he is second over, and that's 69 for 2. So that will bring Mark Gracie to the crease in his familiar position at number 4. But he's been away for 2 weeks. Been moving house, so probably a bit out of nick. Comes in at 69 for 2 off 12th over. That was the end of that over. You might get away with it then. Yes.
We should have to drag her away again. I don't know.
Nice to see.
The only thing I'll drag her away, she's getting hungry.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, yes.
Great contention when I talk or eat.
Well, maybe see you later on when the game's gone. Hey, Eli, good man. Well, poor Matt Edgar, he was playing really, really nicely for his 23 off 39 balls. It had hit 4 fours, and was looking like he was going to make a serious contribution to this game. Right, they're a bit confused as to who's facing. It is Ellie Holdaway facing, and she's gone to the correct end, so that's good. Rich Holland's going to bowl, start of a new over. Steve Owens umpiring at the Rod's viewpoint end. Oh, that's a nice shot from Ellie, but it's only going to be one. The man on the 45 is quickly round. .40 for 2 at Bristol Sri Lankans. For those 2 early wickets from Mark Fisher. They're now easing towards their target, less than 100 needed there. So Gracie off the mark. A little dab into the offside. Straight to cover point, but he's pretty deep there. He was persuaded by Ellie to go through for the run. Oh, full toss. And that's swung away. That's gone for 4. Well, she's not going to miss out on those. She played that very nicely. Full toss on leg stump, 4 all the way. Oh, that's a good shot. That's her favourite signature shot, that. The back cut. And she played that very nicely. Feel a lot might depend on Ellie Holdaway staying the crease for some time. Again, nicely timed. No run. Well, that's gone down the leg side. I don't think she got anything on it. I think that's a bye. It is. And that ends the over. A productive one for Barrow Gurney after the loss of Matt Edgar. 80 for 2 off 13. No, he's been sent back by Mark Gracie. Not the quickest runner between the wickets, I think it would be fair to say. And backward point looking quite sprightly there. That's right in her slot. She loves it there, short and outside the off stump. Plays that cut shot so well. Only ever going to be one there, so there's no need to hit it really hard because there's a man on the deep cover boundary, but there's one every time. So 14 overs gone 81 for 2 now. So just a shout out to our sponsors. CI Connect, who are going to sponsor our MCC 150th anniversary game coming up on Bank Holiday Monday from 11 o'clock onwards. Big thank you to them, to MJ Patch & Co, to Capio Recruitment, who sponsor our shirts, Lenovo Computers, Buckham Brewery, who provide us with a range of their products and sponsor us for the Buckham Village End, and Lily's Cider sponsor the player of the match with a free pint of their fruit cider. So who's in contention for that from a Barrow perspective? Obviously it is only a Barrow player. There's Linden always 3 wickets, put him in a reasonable position. Obviously, Ellie, if this innings continues. Paul Guard took a couple of wickets, so might get a chance with the bat, as might Linden, so who knows. Oh, that's a great shot off the back foot. That's a lovely shot. Stood up to a full height, punched it through the covers, but it's not going to run away for full. They're going to have to run it 3, I think. It's not often Mark Gracie runs 3, but that was beautifully punched through the covers. But it's the long boundary today to that to the net side of the ground, and it arrives on a slight upslope just before you get to the boundary board, and anything that's not running at pace when it gets that upslope inevitably stops just before the board, and that did. It was a bit of a swishy, but going to be a bye. That's another nice shot. Oh, she's going for the quick signal. Mark Grace was very slow away. The fielder at extra cover through to the wrong end there because Ellie was well home. She'd. No, one more. No, that's an easier single. 87 for 2, off 15 now. Run rate required is 3.6, 3.68 to be exact. This stage of the Patchway innings, well, their score was 52 for no wicket at this point, but it's a little bit misleading because they scored rapidly in the last 6 or 7 overs. Bristol Sri Lankans are 50 for 2 now. As Charlie Joyner continues from the Buckham Village end. Oh, very quick single. Well run. I'm not sure who called that, but the mid-wicket fielder there was very deep and took an age to get in. It's that shot again. The cut shot off the back foot. Well, that's nicely struck by Mark Gracie. He does like that shot through extra cover. And so again, if Elliott's signature shot is the cut, then one of Gracie's signature shots is that shot over extra cover or through extra cover. Often skews it over, but it's very effective. Ah, nicely played. Only going to be a single because long offs there. End of the over, 94 for 2. So Rich Holland continue. Mark Gracie on strike. So for Holland, there's a third man, very fine third man. There's almost a backward point, but in the ring. There's a cover point in the ring. Oh, that's aerial, but it's cleared extra cover, as he so often does. And Ellie's coming back for a second, leaving Gracie to basically get a move on because you virtually ran him down there. Almost both in the same crease at the same time, but there was always a comfortable 2. Well, that was wide down the leg side. It is a wide, and they come back for an extra one. Oh, that's a nice shot. He got all of that. Beautiful sound it made off that Miller Champion Hall bat that he treasures so much. End of the over, the 100 coming up in the end of the 17th over, 67 minutes. 103 for 2. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot from Ellie Holdaway. Easy single there. Deep cover right on the boundary. Not really too much pressure from this deep set offside field. Ellie Holdaway's moved on to 40 now. Nicely swept away for a single for Gracie. So a bit more cloud cover now. Not really threatening anything, but it's a bit of thickish, greyish cloud just blowing over. Bright sky behind it, so I don't think it'll be long. Charlie Joyner just having a pretending he's going to shower at the stumps. His over ends, the 18th of the innings, 109 for 2. He's got 1 for 21 of his 5 now. So no further success at the Bristol Sri Lankan. 70 for 2 they are now, heading comfortably towards their target. It's going to be a single to Mark Gracie. Plenty of gaps in this field, and many of the fielders are quite deep set, allowing the single. Only really got one man saving one on the leg side. And on the offside, mid-off is allowing a single, albeit he's on the edge of the ring. No, that's the one place there is a fielder saving one. Cover point, cover an extra, and point itself fairly well in, fairly inside the circle, saving one. So there are 3 of the 4 people inside the circle. The other one, as I say, mid-off, but he's right on the edge, so he's allowing a single. That's a lovely shot. Oh, she's timed that beautifully. That's gone through extra cover, and that's going to run all the way for 4. Oh my word, that fizzed through. What did that come off? Well, we might never know because they're not running through for a single. So it sort of jumped. It surprised Ellie, surprised the keeper, excited the bowler, who let out a squeal of anguish. but it'll go down as a dot ball. That's 19 gone, 114 for 2. That's 2 bounces into the picket fence. Beautifully hit by Mark Gracie. Very quickly into the 20s. Well, Barrow in a hurry here, moving the scoring rate along at 6 and over. It's a bit of an edge, but no harm done. Mark Gracie wasn't ready there, so Charlie Joyner had to rewind. There he goes, that's short again. He likes it there. Punched off the back foot. That's also going to run for 4. So 122 for 2. Coming up to drinks. And Patchway, I think, in need of fresh inspiration. Got off to a good start, getting Ben Skuse out for a duck. And Charlie Joyner then bowled Matt Edgar around his legs. But since then, these two have really picked up the pace and dealt with anything short or wide. Oh, good awareness, Ellie. Quick run through. Leg by. Oh, should be Crosser missing out on that. Full toss or full ball anyway on leg stump. No run there. So that should be drinks. Barrow 123 for 2, off 20 overs, needing another 56 to win in this contest with Patchway 2s. So Ellie coming off for a well-deserved drink on 44 not out. Mark Gracie's on 25. And this is Barrow Gurney Television. We're going to take a break. Be back with you shortly. So welcome back to Barrow Gurney Television, as we've just had drinks here. And Mark Gracie takes fresh guard. Barrow Gurney needing another 56 to beat Patchway seconds in this Division 9 West clash. Ellie Holdaway has played so well for 44 not out. She's just stretching those hamstrings. Well, that's well down the leg side. It'll probably be a wide, is it? Or a bye? It's a bye. Another nice flick off the legs, only be one. That's catchable. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. My word. He took that so comfortably. That's Mandali again, who had a long way to run from a deepish mid-off. He gained about 10 yards and then just nonchalantly caught the ball at about sort of knee-high. And, well, that was very, very good fielding. And unlucky for Mark Gracie, who played nicely for 25 off 24 balls, 4 fours. And that will bring Lyndon Allway to the crease. A wicket at an important time, just after drinks. Break us off and bring a wicket. 54 still needed for Barrow. Plus 20p. And your 2 week subs. Oh, three weeks. 3 weeks now. Well, that was a very aerial shot from Lyndon to get off the mark. Didn't really have any control over it, didn't know where that was going. Fortunately, it eluded the man at point and the man at cover point, and they managed to run 2. I think Ellie was fancying running 3. So Phil Taylor's now on the ice creams again, having eaten us out of all the donuts. End of the over, 127 for 3 off 21, but a successful over there. Okay, Mr. Ice Cream, can you shout out bowler's name, please? Thank you. So this is Alex Pay coming into the attack. Looks like he's going to be left arm round, bowling some left arm spin, I think. Yep, here he comes between the umpire and the stump, so that's a bit short. Nicely played, but it's only going to be a single for Ellie Holdaway. Phil, what are you doing? And that was a lovely shot by Lyndon Allway, which I nearly didn't see because Phil Taylor's waving his ice cream in front of me in the commentary box, as if by way of temptation. And he's blaming somebody else. My producer, Josh Hall, he's blaming, who's actually doing very little producing at all. He hasn't been in with me all day. Left me on my own. Well, with Eli. You enjoying that ice cream, Phil? Oh, thumbs up. He is. Half-hearted LBW shout there. So 47 now required. That dark cloud has gone. Sun is now out. Everyone's hoping we might get to see some balloons go up. It's the International Balloon Fiesta here in Bristol, just down the road at Ashton Court. Oh, Lyndon has thrashed that. He clearly wants to get this all over before the balloons go up. Very quickly into double figures. A bit of a field change, or personnel change. So we've got a long off, deepish extra cover point on the ring, point, and a second slip. B1 to Lyndon Allway. So Ellie Holdaway's only a boundary away from a half century here. Just have to wait a bit longer. That's the end of the over. 137 for 3 off 22. So Rich Holland's going to continue. So that was a bye there. 138 for 3. That was short, and that's gone for 4. Beautifully played. That's a 50. That's 50 for Ellie Holdaway. 58 balls, 7 fours. Very, very good knock. Lost her opening partner, Ben Skuse, early on. More recently has lost Matt Edgar and Mark Gracie, both of whom got in and then got out, but she's needed to stay there, and she has. Played very well. Played and missed at that one though, and gone through for a bye. So 36 needed now. Bristol Sri Lankans are now 100 for 2 of 21, so they only need another 35 to beat Barrow first team, who will look like they're only going to get 3 points out of that game, which could be the end of their chances of second place. That's a lovely shot from Lyndon Allway. He doesn't hang around, does he, when he gets in? He gives it the full face of the bat. Already on to 15, and he faced 8 balls. So only 3 weeks of the league season to go. The seconds are away next week at Abbotsleigh. Not a ground that gets into my 100 favourite grounds in North Somerset. But all games are important, because it looks like if Golden Hill win today, they're going to probably pick up more points in that game than Barrow have picked up here. And that is assuming that Barrow go on from this point to win, which is a bit of an assumption still, with 32 still needed and 7 wickets in hand, plenty of overs, but not taking anything for granted here or counting our chickens. Mr. Gracie joins us in the commentary box after a very nice knock, I must say. Well played, sir.
Good catch.
It was a good catch. It was not a Division 9 West catch. Probably one of the best catches I've seen in this division this season. Now what's going on? No, same bowler. Umpire's waving his arms about. So Alex Pay to continue with his left arm spin from the Buckham Village end. Oh dear, that was almost caught and bowled. Alex Pay lying there, mid-wicket, ruining the fact that he didn't quite get his hand to that. Really, Eddie Holdaway's hardly made a mistake though, so he's played very well. It's 31 more needed. Now, Lyndon, what have you got for us here? He looks like a man in a hurry who wants to get all this done and then sit back and watch the balloons go up. So he's been a bit of shot of ball so far, which brings with it an element of risk. Oh, that's a full toss. Oh, did he get anything on that? Maybe an outside edge. It's no, it's a bye. They're going to come back for two. Need to be quick, but quick enough. Don't think the umpire can see the light, but two byes. So it's less than 30. That's 150 up in the 24th over, 97 minutes. Oh, good shot, but that's that man again. Oh no! Oh, I think he might have hurt himself though. But he didn't. He didn't catch it. I thought he was going to. 4 runs. My word, he hit that very well, but it was in the similar sort of distance from Mandali as yours was, Mark, when he took that very good catch to dismiss you. But no, he didn't. He couldn't get there. It looked as if he might have tweaked his leg or something. No, he's now being sent out to the boundary in disgrace. Yeah. Yes. So 154 for 3 off 24. So only 25 needed. Rich Holland's going to bowl his final over to Ellie Holdaway. Bit of a word there between Ellie and Lyndon for the last ball of the over coming up. Well, last 2 balls. Well, I've been on my own in the box with Eli all day now. I've got Mark Gracie and my producer Josh Hall has wandered in as well. He's my producer, he is. He produces all this. That's a single there. To Ellie Holdaway, goes on to 52. He's probably coming to tweak my settings again. Very, very painful that is. Oh, the flashing edge of Lyndon Holloway. Yeah, Lyndon Holloway. Sorry, married him off to Ellie then for a minute. Yeah, he doesn't die wondering, does he, Lyndon? He does like to get bat to ball. 159 for 3. That's the end of that over. That's brought about more arm waving from the Patchway skipper. And I think it'll take a little bit more than that to at this stage. Only 20 now needed. So this game is coming to a rapid conclusion, which Eli, for one, is quite happy about because he's getting a bit fed up of being in the score box all day. Even though he is very good. He's having a conversation with Mark Gracie now. 119 for 2 are the Bristol Sri Lankans, so that game is going to end fairly shortly as well, and not to any great glory for Barrow. Only going to look like they're going to get 3 points out of that, which is very disappointing when they made up ground on Long Ashton, and they're now almost certainly going to be more than a win behind with only 3 games to go. That's a wide. I think the umpire at the far end. Who is it? Who is umpiring, Mark? Can you see? I can't recognise him with it. Is it Scusi?
Scusi and Steve Owen.
Oh, well, I don't recognise Steve Owen easy enough. Scusi's in disguise. He's got a white coat on and sunglasses and shorts. But he can't see the umpire's light. That's a few times now he's been gesundheit, as they say. I don't know why they say it, but they say that's what they say in Germany instead of bless you. Mind useless information. Well, she's got that through for a single. Might be more than that now. They're just taking it easy. 53 to Ali Holdaway. 18 needed. A tempter there from Alex Pay. That was a slower flighted delivery. And that's, I think, the first one that Lyndon's blocked. Strangely enough, thought he might have had a go at that. But, well, that's shorter and flatter, and he has had a go at that, but only going to be one. Beautiful afternoon now. All the clouds have finally blown over. And it's a beautiful evening for going ballooning, or for having a beer after the game, and hopefully watching the balloons. We do hope they go up. Oh, lovely shot from Ellie. Is that going to go all the way? Yes, it's beaten the despairing fielder running round from deep extra cover. So 57 now, Ellie Holdaway, and only 13 needed to win. Short. Oh, there's an easy single though. Oh, let Lyndon run both halves then. Yes, she didn't want to move there. I think she was admiring the shot. That was a good shot, but no run in the end. And that's the end of that over. So that is the 26th over. 166 for 3. Now we've got to have a new bowler this end, and it's going to be our friend Oldani. Mandala, sorry, Srinivas, who batted well earlier. Josh is tweaking my settings. I knew he would. He's a fiddler. He's always fiddling with something technical. Right. Srinivas M, as he is on the play cricket, so he comes up on the scorecard as M. Sounds like it's James Bond's boss who's bowling, doesn't it, really? But Mr. Bond. Right, oh, it's trapped him on the pad, but it's quite high. No run there. Now, news of a wicket at Bristol Sri Lankans. Guy Fisher's taken a wicket, got out about some Woody Salaga, who's scored a 50. That's a bye. 167 for 3, so well, that's probably a bit of a token effort, really. And 128 now they are, Sri Lankan, so they're on the verge of victory there. Just a matter of which game finishes first. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Some very poor fielding at cover point. Literally went straight through his hands. And has it gone for 4? Yes, it has. 61 now to Ellie Holdaway, and it's 171 for 3 with only 8 needed. Only 8 needed. So so it's time for me to summarise the game, really, for you, if you haven't been watching all afternoon, and I'm sure you have, but if not, Pete Rooney won the toss, decided to field first. Was a little bit uppish. So Patchway were batting. Good opening partnership between Simon Creese and Charlie Joyner. Fairly slow pace, but they batted sensibly. Simon Creese was first out for 24 to Lyndon Allway. Then Charlie Joyner made his 50 and then got out fairly quickly after that. There was a bit of a middle order wobble as Lyndon Allway and Paul Gard bowled very well in tandem. And then Srinivas Maldani, first knock for Patchway, I believe, batted beautifully, hit the ball to all parts, and 64 not out he made, with Rich Holland 12 not out. So a score of 176 for 5, meaning Barrow only got 2 bowling points. Ethan.
Cool, thank you.
So this is Ethan Ware back into the attack. Just a single there for Lyndon Allway. So the bowling figures are Dave Smith, 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 34. Steve Owen, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Phil Taylor, 5 overs for 24. Seb Allen, 3 overs for 8. Paul Gard, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32. And the pick of the bowlers, Lyndon Allway, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23. No ball. And was it a no ball? Oh. So he's giving it as buys. 4 buys. So 4 buys there, 176 for 3. And then Pete Rooney was the only other bowler used. 4 overs, none for 30. In reply, Barrow lost Ben Skuse early on, playing a full toss round to the 45, and unluckily picked out the man perfectly who caught it. Since then, Matt Edgar's batted very sensibly and nicely for 23, timed the ball well, as did Mark Gracie, coming back from a couple of weeks away for 25. Lyndon always hit the ball to all parts. He's just finished the game there with a boundary, and well played to him. He's going to finish on 28, 29, but Ellie Holdaway has been the ever-present and batted beautifully for 61 not out off 75 balls, and my word, she's played very, very well and taken Barrow to a well-deserved win in the end, after a few anxieties after the first innings. So well played to Barrow, and enjoyable to see the Patchway team here again once more. Always a joy, very friendly team, very pleasant to chat to, and no doubt we can now enjoy a beer and hopefully watch some balloons go up from the balloon fiesta. So that's about it from Hobbs Lane. We'll just see if there's any news of the first team before we sign off. And the news is no different, I don't think, from when I last told you. There's still 7 needed to win. Let's see if the scorecard will update for me. In fact, they have now won. 138 they are. Yeah, so that's a disappointing loss for the first team. But, well, difficult assignment today over at Keynsham Fries against the Sri Lankans. But here at Hobbs Lane, it was a successful afternoon, and well played to Barrow Gurney, who will maintain their place at the top of Division 9 West, albeit the Golden Hill may have closed the gap somewhat. So next week, the first 11 are here at Hobbs Lane, playing Chilcompton, and the 2s go to Abbotsleigh. So that is about it for this afternoon. So I shall sign off. You've been watching Barrow Gurney Television with me, Mark Forge. My thanks to my producer, Josh Hall, and to all my friends who've come in to keep me company throughout the afternoon. And I look forward to speaking to you soon. But until then, that's it for this afternoon. So from Hobbs Lane, a very good evening.